I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with our land acknowledgement. As we gathered this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. If you could please join in standing for a moment of silent reflection. Mr. Kelly, could you conduct roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warren Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Councillor McKenzie. Oh, Councillor Lynch, I'm sorry.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Thank you very much. Warden, you do have quorum.
Thank you. And correspondence, please.
All the required correspondence has gone to committee. I'll note the OCIF allocations have come in for the County of Renfrew, but they have been, we are embargoed, and but that will be an update to the budget meeting in January when we make those public. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, honored guests, family and friends. It's been a year since we first gathered here to start our journey. 17 people who really didn't know each other that well, and our staff. And last month, the CAO outlined our progress in 2023, and I will not repeat that lengthy list. But I would like to highlight a few things. I'd like to highlight, we got together for our strat plan in January for the next 5 years, and it was quite an exercise because we all brought some opinions and ideas and experiences to the table and come out with a very good plan which will guide the development of our community over the next 5 years. And again, I'd like to make note of how the community came together, and this chamber provided the leadership for the Ontario Winter Games, which was such a success for our community, our larger community, when for a number of reasons it could have gone sideways. So thank you again for that, and also being the conduit to bring forward so many volunteers. We also declared intimate partner violence, which was a leadership role for our community, the municipal sector and the municipal sector across Ontario. And I want to thank you for your thoughtful consideration and your leadership in making that declaration and committing to to change. Thank you very much for that. It was quite a moment for us here and for our community. And the fire communication system, that's been a bone of contention for probably 10 years. So thank you very much for taking that on and making a decision and selecting a system and improving the system. That was a necessary piece that doesn't really belong within our jurisdiction for the most part, but it's something that was necessary. And again, it showed leadership and a desire to formulate a response that benefited our community. And last, I'd like to thank you for your thoughtful consideration when we established the warming center and our partnership with the City of Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, and Town of Petawawa. It was quite an amazing conversation because you just asked, what should we do? There was no real debate about, that's not our lane, that's not what we're supposed to do. It was a response to a need in our community. So I'm very proud of you for the kinds of conversations we've had in the chambers this year and the leadership you've shown and the thoughtful consideration for the community and establishing, the priority for us is managing the health and well-being of our community. So thank you for that. And I think that leads into another thing I want to talk about is you. I travel a lot, as you know, and so other heads of council, wardens, or chairs of regions, we talk about how things go. And I explain to them that you're very respectful. You treat each other's ideas as if there's something that needs to be talked about, and we usually come to a conclusion. And we call each other member and sir, and we talk to our staff with respect. We call them either by their title or by their Mr. or Miss or Ms. And I know that some of them have watched our meetings afterwards on YouTube just to get a sense of it, because they don't believe how civil it is, and that we don't have code of conduct issues. We don't have yelling matches. Nobody has to adjourn and call the police. And so I want to thank you for that. That's a great example to set. This is a very respectful chambers, and it's a level of government that has responsibility. And with that comes the responsibility of those in the chambers to recognize the consequences of their action, but the need to provide leadership and model proper decorum. So just so you know, people do watch from outside of our jurisdiction and marvel at your conduct and your professionalism and the fact you're prepared when you come to meetings. And we can hold knowledgeable conversations and knowledgeable discussions on issues and find solutions. So thank you for that. And I don't think we highlight that enough. And I wanted to make sure we did that today. I'd also like to thank my movers this year, Michael and Jennifer. I don't know if you know how much I depend on you for advice and just generally being able to talk to you about things. So thank you very much. That's been a long time relationship with both of you, and I certainly appreciate that. And to council, and to Jennifer and Dan for acting on my behalf, thank you. A number of occasions, you're both very personable and can wander into a meeting on my behalf and say the right thing. So thank you. And I know Ann has subbed in for me a couple of times as well. So thank you, Ann. I really appreciate that. And to council, just your patience. In my role as warden and in my role as caucus chair, sometimes I get pulled out of here for 5 minutes for a phone call in the middle of something, or I'm late showing up, and you're very patient and understanding of that. And sometimes we have to move meetings around because of my schedule, and you'll meet at 8:30 in the morning or at 12 o'clock and at noon when you should actually be taking a break and having your lunch. So I certainly appreciate that and your understanding and also the information and guidance that you give me. And to Craig and the directors and their staff, we appreciate you, and I certainly appreciate you for your advice, your knowledge, and your energy that you bring to this place, the chambers, but also to the whole community. So thank you again for that. I certainly depend on it. I'm always well prepared whenever I go out, either as warden or as chair of the caucus by staff. And so I certainly appreciate that, and thank you. And through Tom, if you wouldn't mind, the town of Renfrew and council, thank you again, because we all come from our home communities, and there is a certain structure there and an expectation to fulfill your role. And so they're, again, very flexible. They have access to my calendar, and so they try and plug in where they can. And so council, there's 7 members of council, so it's quite difficult, I imagine, to work around everybody's schedule, but they're certainly very patient and supportive, and I certainly appreciate that. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would take that back on my behalf, thank you. And to AMO and Roma, the boards and staff, I sit on those 2 organizations, and again, lots of information, and they tolerate my presentations and my deputations, and they tolerate my long and somewhat windy discourse when I Jennifer's. We've seen where they're not as tolerant as they could be, and so it's a very good relationship. And to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I couldn't have performed my role as chair this year without the excellent support of Vice Chair Bonnie Clark, who's just become a close friend, and Meredith, who's our manager of policy and government relations, with Craig and Sheridan. Sheridan is the CIO of Peterborough County. The 5 of us meet a lot, and I often say, when you speak to one of us, you speak to all of us, because we share information, and so I'm very fortunate to have had their support. To the boards and staff of Renfrew County District Health Unit, RPG, and RHI, Renfrew Hydro, thank you very much again, because they have to try and schedule into my life as well, and it can become complicated, but they've been very good about doing that. And I'd like to thank the community. Everywhere I go, you're met with people who are polite and respectful, and they tease me about being in the newspaper or on the radio, and we chat about stuff, so I'm always getting information. And because I started walking with a walker, they're always so kind and gentle. I could gain 20 pounds because everywhere I go, are you sure you got enough to eat? Would you like a drink? And so they're just, I'm constantly amazed at the community. I shouldn't be, but I am, and so it's very special for me. And to Alana and Lily, thank you very much. This has been a tough year with health, and you guys have put up with it, and put up with my drive to try and get back to normal. And sometimes, you've been shortchanged, so thank you. So with that, Mr. Kelly, I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, Warden. I'll now ask you to vacate your desk.
Amazing how the zipper would stick on it.
Waiting for Rich.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you. He'll be coming round the mountain.
Maybe he got lost.
It's a long way around. Thank you for the brief pause, Council. So, pursuant to Section 17 of the County of Renfrew Procedural Bylaw 8510, as amended, myself, the clerk, acting as presiding officer, call for nominations for warden for the ensuing year that were filed with the clerk of the County of Renfrew by the deadline for nominations of November 10, 2023. So, Council, the motion on the floor today, moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Murphy, is that Peter Emo, Reeve of the Town of Renfrew, is hereby nominated as candidate for the wardenship of this county for the ensuing year or until such time as a successor is elected. At this time, I'd ask the mover to approach council and speak on behalf of the nomination.
Good morning, everyone. To County Council, Chief Greg Sarazin, Your Worships, Mayors Tom Sidney and Ron Gervais, Colonel Jason Guinea, Chief Warrant Officer Jimmy Cote, and all those graciously joining us this morning, whether in person or virtually. Anamikaj, welcome. It's my privilege once again, actually I should back up just one moment. I'm very pleased I had the opportunity to have a brief conversation with Alana and Lily Emo this morning. I'm very pleased that they could join us, that they might get a glimpse of their husband and father every now and then. He is the fellow with my haircut on the inner horseshoe there, if it's been a while. It's my privilege once again to nominate Peter Emo as warden for the County of Renfrew for 2024. Peter has an abiding faith in my oratorical skills when he knows he is uncontested. It seems inconceivable that a full year has elapsed, 13 months to be precise, since this council was sworn in. The nervous energy palpable last November is now a focused energy. I think the freshman class would allow that the volume of information is no longer delivered via fire hose. Rather, perhaps it has been reduced to a garden hose. Bookstores are replete with titles identifying key leadership traits. However, there remains a significant alchemy, and the proportion of each ingredient is crucial. Of late, there's been an embrace of political theater. Headlines blare that a politician scored points against an opponent, or better yet, owned them. This is incredibly successful at driving clicks and newspaper sales or raising funds. It is not leadership. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. There's no drama in rolling up one's sleeves and building consensus, yet that is a singular path forward. It demands relentless effort, by times tedious, with constant accommodation and adjustment, but at all times with an unwavering gaze fixed firmly on the goal. Passion is another crucial element, though peculiarly, this must be leavened by a personal attachment. A thick skin is a prerequisite. Empathy or emotional intelligence is an indispensable attribute. We are each informed by unique experience, but must at all times be open to experience outside of our own. The key elements of leadership are ingrained in Councillor Peter Emo, along with the compassion to constantly seek improvement in the lives of all who call Renfrew County home. He is, at all times, solutions-driven, recognizing the futility in laboring to untangle a Gordian knot when it might simply be cleaved in two. Wednesday last marked Canada's National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and yet the epidemic of gender-based violence continues to grow, disproportionately so for the Indigenous women. Homelessness and substance use are rising and are taking a toll on all of our communities. Challenges and change are being experienced in our healthcare system, from closure of ERs, accessing primary care, and most acutely, mental health care. We still take only tentative steps towards truth and reconciliation. Municipalities have no constitutional standing to engage with First Nations. However, as neighbors, there is no more practical and pragmatic relationship to enhance the quotidian existence of each of our communities. Finding efficiencies in shared service and accommodating growth in our communities continue to be vexing discussions and demand a steady hand on the tiller. The issues confronting us today are complex and challenging, but Peter refuses to see any issue as intractable. While debate is by times fractious and contentious, he believes resolutely those of goodwill and good faith will always find a path forward. Peter has embraced with an evangelical fervor the development of and advocacy for the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus's 7 in 7 initiative. He has made deputations in almost every Eastern Ontario municipality, painstakingly building support for this ambitious program. It proposes to build 7,000 community rental housing units over 7 years and leverage a further 21,000 market rate units in the EOWC region. While housing access and affordability are the top concerns identified by pollsters, healthcare continues to drive concerns nationally and in our local communities. Peter, as chair, was instrumental in establishing long-term care and paramedic services as the other EOWC priorities. As temperatures dropped this fall, he acknowledged the urgent need to collaborate on a warming center in the city of Pembroke, and quickly moved to establish the Pembroke and Area Warming Center Committee. A career in social work has imbued in Peter a keen sensitivity to the marginalized and those leading precarious lives. Peter was instrumental in the establishment of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation on shared economic development opportunities and projects of mutual interest. His energy was on full display as the linchpin of the 2023 Ontario Winter Games, advantaged, of course, by his experience in organizing the 2022 Ontario Winter Games. Undaunted by the challenge of the COVID-driven postponement, Peter's enthusiastic and boundless commitment was infectious to the army of volunteers that pulled off this incredible showcase of Renfrew County. Councillor Emo is a member of the board for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, elected to the Rural Caucus. In this capacity, he is, by extension, a board member of the Rural Ontario Municipal Association. He is also a member of the AMO board as chair of EOWC. To meet these myriad commitments, Peter has adopted a nomad's life, pickup officing, if you will. I've grown accustomed to friendly voices intruding into our conversations, welcoming us to Tim Hortons. Peter's penchant, incidentally, are the biscuity things. You would have to inquire of him what menu item that is referring to. Each of us is delegated to this chamber to oversee the health, security, and prosperity of our residents. In this forum, there's no accolades for good effort, nor is success measured in the attempt. Martin Luther King avowed that the arc of the moral universe was long, but that it bent toward justice. I fervently support Peter Emo because I know that he believes, as do I, that it bends towards justice only when all of our weight is applied to it. To the Council for the County of Renfrew and Mr. Kelly as presiding officer, it is my honor to nominate as the next warden for the County of Renfrew, Councillor Peter Emo.
Councillor Murphy, would you like to address council, please?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. The good news is you will not need a dictionary to follow my speech. I think we all just learned some big words today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed members of Renfrew County Council and staff, it is with great pride and enthusiasm to second the nomination of an individual whose dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to our county makes him, once again, an exemplary candidate for the position of Warden of the County of Renfrew in 2024. I speak of none other than Peter Emo. And Peter, I think that we've come a long way since the days when people thought I was your assistant. And I did mention to Alana that Lily has grown into such a beautiful young woman, but Alana and I haven't aged a day. Peter has proven a tireless dedication to the betterment of our county. His decades of service to the people of Renfrew County is not just a testament to his character, but a shining example of true leadership. Notably, Peter's involvement in regional bodies like the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, Roma, and AMO reflects his commitment to amplifying Renfrew County's voice across the province. He is now serving on the AMO Municipal Finance and Economic Development Task Force to ensure some sort of fiscal sustainability going forward. And in writing the speech, I did make fun of Peter. I couldn't quite figure out how he got on a municipal finance task force, as self-proclaimed he's not that good with numbers, but I think that this is an excellent task force for you to be on. His dedication to healthcare, community welfare, and fundraising, evident through his involvement with the Renfrew County United Way and the Renfrew County District Health Unit, highlights a commitment to addressing critical community needs and making a tangible difference in people's lives. His appointment as chair of the 2022 Ontario Winter Games, which became the Snowmageddon 2023 Winter Games, signified a great honor and an opportunity for Renfrew County. It's a testament to Peter's leadership and the community's potential to shine on a larger stage, showing its vibrancy, resiliency, and quality of life to thousands of visitors. In summary, Peter Emo stands as a beacon of dedication, leadership, and community spirit. Congratulations to Peter in being acclaimed as the County of Renfrew Warden for 2024, and I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. So, having heard the motion, again, moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Murphy, that Peter Emo, Reeve of the town of Renfrew is hereby nominated as a candidate for the wardenship of this county for the ensuing year or until such time as a successor is elected. I shall now call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. And I'll ask the mover and seconder to present the chains of office to the warden. I'll ask you to please stand at this moment, please. Please just stay standing while the warden reads his declaration of office, please.
I, Peter Emo, having been elected to the office of the Warden of the County of Renfrew, do solemnly promise and declare that I will truthfully, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or any improper manner. I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III. And I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously believing it to be true and knowing it is the same force and effect as if made under oath.
Done. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to council, staff, honored guests, and members of the media. It's with a great deal of pleasure today that I address you. I'd also like to acknowledge my longtime friend and advisor, Bob Sweet, former warden, and worked very hard to lead county council on a number of occasions and demonstrated you could lead from sitting in your chair as effectively as you could lead from here. So thank you very much, Bob, for everything that you've done over the years. I wish to thank my mover, Councillor Donahue, and Seconder, Councillor Murphy, and County Council for bestowing this honor on me. You've allowed me to serve as warden again, and I accept the challenge for 2024. We have a lot of work to do. I believe, as you do, the office of warden is an instrument of council and our community as we work to continually improve all aspects of our community. It takes a great deal of support to fulfill the role of warden, support from council and staff, and the many welcoming and kind residents of the county. I've had strong support from my family and friends throughout my life, acting as a councillor, as a mayor, as a reeve, as a warden, and equally important, as a community volunteer. At this point, I'd like to formally introduce my wife, Alana, and my daughter, Lily. Your support and wise counsel has been most welcome and supportive, so thank you very much to both of you. I'm just looking around. Are there town Renfrew staff here somewhere? No, I don't see any. Okay. Again, I'd just like to acknowledge the support I've received from council and staff at the town. They are a supportive and innovative team who I'm fortunate to have backstopping me in all of my roles. As we heard earlier in the year and a bit earlier this morning in 2023, we worked on a number of important projects. The efforts of council will continue unabated. Along with the reinvigorated 417 Advisory Committee, and with the support of our community, we will continue our conversations with both the federal and provincial governments to stress the need for the predictable and timely twinning or the enhancement of Highway 17 through the County of Renfrew and beyond. This is a critical piece of transportation infrastructure which is necessary for the continued economic stability of our community. This highway enhancement is absolutely essential for the future and necessary expansion and diversification of our community's economy and our ability to compete with the rest of Ontario and the world. The good news is the province has included the next phase from Shield Drive to Bruce Street in their construction plans. Now we need to continue to remind them to fund it and to start moving rock. We believe 417 will bring interested companies and investors, visitors, and future residents to our many safe, affordable, caring, and welcoming communities. We have observed and documented the positive impact the extension of 417 to Arnprior has brought to that community and their closely linked neighbor, McNabb Braeside. We will continue to document the benefits in the area and in other areas on other 400 series highways, and advance our case with both levels of government about the importance of the Trans-Canada. It's the Trans-Canada highway system and Highway 17 to Ontario and to Canada. CNL for a very long time has been a vital engine which drives our economy. We look forward through our relationship with the operators to ensure this continues. We expect, and our community expects it to remain one of the world's premier nuclear research facilities as it evolves. Nuclear science, technology, research and development, and radioactive waste management facilities, and a thriving business cluster in Renfrew County is what we expect and what we will work with CNL and our community to achieve. This is in keeping with what we've observed in other international communities hosting nuclear labs and research. We accept and we support nuclear industry and science in our community. CNL, the laboratories, and the science are rooted here and belong here. To in any way systematically diminish them is to ignore the glorious and productive past, the significant present value, and the limitless future. Garrison Petawawa continues to evolve and grow. The many benefits accrued by our community extend beyond the town of Petawawa. It generates income for many, opportunity to provide services and goods for others, and a strong group of volunteers who care about and build our community. Renfrew County has always and continues to have a strong and emotional attachment and relationship with Garrison Petawawa. We wish to ensure the serving members and civilian employees know they have our continued and heartfelt support as they fulfill their role globally in terms of defending Canada and others, providing security and disaster relief. We, as always, look forward to the ongoing and mutually benefiting relationship with our Garrison Petawawa. And I stress our Garrison Petawawa. This coming year, we will continue to receive nominations with regards to the Warden's Community Service Awards. Recently, we had the great pleasure to award individuals and organizations for their outstanding commitment to making the County of Renfrew a better place to live, work, and play. We reside in a part of the province, the country, and the world envied by many. Our connection to Canadian history, mixed with our evolving social diversity and the vibrant arts community, is second to none. Renfrew County residents are fortunate to share our community with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation community. It is a treasured relationship which needs to be constantly respected and developed, and we will commit to ongoing efforts with truth and reconciliation. We will, through the carefully fostered partnerships with Ottawa Valley Tourism Association and the various cultural groups, work to properly showcase and further develop our unique attributes to residents and visitors alike. I would encourage each and every one of you and your families in 2024 to take the opportunity to explore the arts, the culture, and the historical treasures we have hidden away and waiting for discovery here in Renfrew County. The County of Renfrew will continue to take an active role in healthy living by participating in the Health Promotion Challenge with Lanark County and others. The Silver Change Challenge encourages the use of our roads, our trails, our hallways, and any natural or man-made infrastructure to increase physical activity along with social and community engagement. I look forward to June 2024 with enthusiasm and a healthy sense of needing to improve. Our efforts to finish the Algonquin Trail will continue, and we will work with partners to ensure all of our trails remain an important asset for residents and visitors. We'll also work with the Health Unit and a number of partners to improve the physical activity and the health of our community. We value our collaborative relationships with them as we work to ensure our community is healthy and protected during times of illness and worry. We will work with our community to understand and demonstrate the value of our public health system and our local Renfrew County District Health Unit. It is time to inform the province of Ontario about the value and the need to have a locally governed service provider and not one directed from a distant office. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus sets priorities for the year in January of each year. As Council will recall, the caucus has been very successful in completing major projects and studies. Along with County of Renfrew CAO Craig Kelly, I will continue to support the efforts of the Wardens Caucus and ensure the concerns of our county and community are duly considered. We will continue to build on the excellence of our VTAC model of care. It's a model of care. And so we need to repeat that on a regular basis. As we take the lessons also from the Warming Center initiative and from our community paramedicine programs as we advocate and continue to care for our community. Housing in 2024 will continue to be a focus for us. This year, we will host a housing summit with developers, builders, not-for-profits, and user groups to gather information. I will continue with your support to be a strong advocate for the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7 and 7 Regional Housing Plan, and the financing that's necessary for it will allow us to build in our community. Our Community Services Department continues to be a strong advocate for housing, homelessness, and our seniors housing strategy. We value their information and insight as we work to find complete and appropriate solutions with our partners in the community. Council will continue to speak out on issues of concern. We declared intimate partner violence an epidemic, and we work to establish a warming center. Our worry, our planning, and our responses to assist our community will not diminish. It will, however, be restrained at times by by funding. In 2024, we'll continue work towards hosting a regional economic development summit and possibly another Queen's Park Day, building on our very successful day in 2022. These and other actions will be incorporated in our economic development strategy being developed in 2024. I look forward to continuing our working relationship with our MP Cheryl Gallant and MPP John Yakubuski in ensuring the issues of Renfrew County and our local governments and municipalities and our communities are duly considered by other levels of government. I also like to thank John and his office. They've been fabulous to work with, getting me information or assisting me in some of the access when we trod the boards of Queen's Park. Partnerships with federal and provincial governments are extremely important if we are to move forward on the major initiatives that we've spoken about today and in the past. Council, through me, requests our staff to continue to work hard on behalf of our communities. We constantly challenge you to be innovative, informative, thrifty, and visionary on a daily basis. Our local councils depend upon you to be subject expert and assisters in a variety of situations. Residents and clients expect you to assist them, to protect them, to heal them, and to advise them. You respond to all of those roles and expectations, challenges, requests with grace and professionalism. You do not disappoint. Once again, we're going to call upon you to provide thoughtful papers and policy options containing clear goals, costs, and comparatives upon which we can make informed decisions. We will be taking every opportunity to appear before provincial and federal bodies to offer policy options when they impact on Renfrew County. Our community is so fortunate of the strong efforts of Councillor Doncaster and Councillor Murphy working on our behalf at FCM and Roma. We will continue to be a strong voice at FCM and at AMO and at Roma as we bring forward solutions which will benefit our community and other like-minded communities across Ontario and Canada. This year, with local councils facing dramatically increasing operating costs, policing, electricity, insurance, to name a few, we will no doubt be asking about new or developing different service models and expanded partnerships, as no municipality will be immune to the fiscal challenges and pressures. Partnerships across many fields are the new revenue producers for municipal governments, and we'll need to lead and facilitate the discussions on this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to sit here before you as your warden for the County of Renfrew, starting my second term. I'm going to go off, where's Tina? Poor Tina. I'm going to go off script here a bit. She's used to that by now. I was sort of reflecting in the last couple of weeks on what I might say today, and I think we're so fortunate. When I was 12 or 13, if you'd have told me at this point in my life, as with many of you, I'd be sitting here, and then also having had the opportunity because of my position as an elected official to meet premiers and brief them on information and meet cabinet ministers and wander around Queen's Park and wander around Parliament Hill and make deputations to standing committees, I would have thought that was impossible. And so I think we're so fortunate to be able to serve the way we do. And municipal government right now is such an exciting time. We're just going completely off script. Laura and I were at the homelessness summit in March, I think, in Toronto, and we noted the change from 2 or 3 years before that, where during COVID, the one positive from COVID was that everybody tore up their job descriptions and collaborated and built things to serve their community, and that attitude has stayed with the municipal sector. We're looking at partnerships. We're looking at doing things differently, and so we're just forming different terms of reference we've never done before in partnerships and looking for funding and looking to get the best value to serve the community. So I genuinely mean this is probably the most exciting time to be in municipal government in my 30 plus years. we're forming policy all the time and responses and building the community. So thank you, thank you for allowing me to be a part of that. The town of Renfrew, people who voted me in, and Greater Madawaska, I want to thank them for that kind of trust and allowing me to learn and grow as an individual, and to you for allowing me to continue in this role. I understand the immense responsibility you have graciously bestowed on me, and I will encourage and work with you to adopt and implement an agenda which allows us to move forward on the issues we've talked about today and in the past. Together as councillors, staff, and community members, we will continue to make Renfrew County the best place to live, work, invest, and play. Undoubtedly, 2024 will be filled with challenges, which, as has occurred countless times before in these chambers, will require patience and appreciation for each other and individual points of view and diverse goals. I am confident and sure we will not always support each other's goals and views, but I'm equally as confident we will always expect to find ourselves at the end of the session supporting our community. To each and every one of you, have a wonderful Christmas, and I hope an extremely busy, prosperous, and successful 2024. Thank you. Sure.
So, Warden, thank you very much. Nice words, and I know our senior staff will take those and move along with your goals on behalf of Council. So we appreciate your comments. And moving on to the agenda, unfortunately, our MP Cheryl Gallant and MPP John Yacobussi have both been called back to work this week. So they're unfortunately not able to be here with us today, but both have expressed their utmost and congratulations and sincerest comments, and unfortunately they cannot attend, but I know that you call John and Cheryl on a regular basis, and you will continue to do so. So once again, thank you. I will at this time ask Chief Sarrazin to make his way and offer greetings on behalf of the Algonquins and Pikwakanagan First Nations, please.
Miigwech, thank you. Kwai all, good morning, everyone. I'm Chief Greg Sarrazin, and I bring you greetings and best wishes from the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation. I am pleased that in this time of truth and reconciliation, meetings such as this begin with a land acknowledgement. We are indeed meeting today in the heart of unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. When European cultures first came up the mighty Ottawa River, the Kitchissippi River in the Algonquin language, into our Algonquin homelands in the 1600s, the Algonquin nation was here, occupying and defending our homelands, where we have been since time immemorial. We are still here today in 2023, and we'll continue to be here for the next 7 generations and beyond. In Pikwakanagan, we continue to work through recovery from the multi-generational effects of colonialist policies that affected our people, like residential schools, the 60s scoop, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. But we're making headway, and we're looking forward to the time when those policies will be nothing more than a distant memory. It's important that we acknowledge the truth of our collective past so that we can be clear on our reconciliation efforts as we continue to build a healthy, safe, and prosperous future for all of our citizens. Currently, the opioid epidemic is wreaking havoc on all of our communities. And as if you would have heard by now, Pikwakanagan has declared a state of emergency as this crisis is taking its toll. We are tackling this enemy head on and bringing to bear all the resources that we can so that we might restore to health and safety and balance to our First Nation. We wish all of you here well as you take whatever measures you feel is necessary in your own municipalities as you also tackle this crisis. But even with all of that happening, Pikwakanagan continues to grow and to prosper economically. We look forward to continuing to work with the county according to the Memorandum of Understanding entered into between us in 2016. We look forward to working collectively with the county and with each of the municipalities represented here today as we look forward to partnering with any and all of you as necessary to build a prosperous future for the county and for Pikwakanagan. I'm very happy to be here to address the Council of Renfrew County, and on behalf of the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, I wish to provide my heartfelt congratulations to Warden Peter Iman and to wish all of you here well as you continue your good work for the benefit of your communities. On behalf of the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May the Creator protect you and to keep you and your families safe. Miigwech. Thank you.
Chief Sarathan, thank you very much for your kind and gracious words. And we worry about your community, and we'll offer support as necessary. So thank you very much.
Warden, unfortunately, Mayor Lisa McGee from the town of Arnprior has fallen ill, and perhaps Councillor Lynch would like to bring greetings, or otherwise I could just allow Mayor McGee to pass along her wishes.
Thank you, CEO. To the Warden, Mayor McGee has been in emergency since last night with some issues, so she regretfully cannot be here or Zoom. So on behalf of Mayor McGee, the council, the residents of Arnprior, congratulations, Warden Emo, on your position this year. We look forward to working with you collaboratively. I love that word. As we did last year, and we want to especially thank council and the warden for the intersection at Galvin, Edie, and Daniel, which has improved the safety in the town of Arnprior. You can't see how much it's important to the town. With that, on behalf of council and the mayor, we wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a safe 2004, and be prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, and please extend our wishes for good health to Mayor McGee, and thank you to you and her and your members of council. Anytime I was in your community, I think 3 or 4 times this year, quite gracious hosts and very supportive, so thank you.
Thank you, Warden. I note Mayor Dion from the town of Deep River is attending virtually, and I'll turn the stage over to Mayor Dion.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Warden, members of County Council, and honorable dignitaries. My apologies for not being there in person today. On behalf of the town of Deep River, I do want to extend my sincere thanks to Warden Iman and to all of you for your hard work in your respective communities. I also want to thank Reeve Doncaster for his dedication and hard work at County Council on behalf of Deep River and on the many boards and committees he participates on, including FCM and NWMO. And to all county councillors, thank you for the work that you do on behalf of our communities. It is actually quite astounding, and certainly Warden Iman listed so many of the things that are involved with right now, including, sheltering for the winter. It's really astounding how many important social, health, and economic initiatives that Renfrew County are involved with. So keep up the very good work, and please reach out if we can help you in any way. I want to send my best wishes for a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a wonderful holiday season and New Year in whichever faith you ascribe to. We all have a lot of challenges to deal with, but I would like to also take a moment to recognize and thank those in our communities who teach, who provide health care, who serve the public in some other way, and who volunteer their time, talents, or funds to helping others. These people are really the super glue which holds our communities together. And finally, a big shout out to our county and municipal staff who work really hard for us every day. I know it's sometimes a thankless job on very cold nights plowing roads or keeping our water and sewer pipes flowing in the bitter colds. So I just want to thank them. So please stay safe if you're traveling this season. Thank you and Merry Christmas. Happy New Year from the town of Deep River. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, for your kind and generous words. And to you, I hope that things get better for you and have a healthy 2024.
Thank you, Warden. Mayor Steve Bennett, unfortunately, was not able to be here from the Township of Laurentian Valley, but he does offer his sincere best wishes for the season and his sincerest congratulations to you, sir, as you accept your wardenship on behalf of the County of Renfrew. I will ask Mayor Tom Sidney from the town of Renfrew to approach the podium, please.
Hello. I want to thank members of County Council for inviting me to attend today's wonderful day. I'm happy to be here to say a few words on behalf of Renfrew. And in our case, we are extremely fortunate to have Reeve Peter Emo representing us at County Council. I would like to congratulate Peter as he prepares to serve another term as warden for the County of Renfrew. Warden Emo has played an important role in making Renfrew County and the town of Renfrew a better place for everyone. Whether it's supporting diversity and inclusion in our communities, leading the Ontario Winter Games, or lobbying the provincial and federal governments for funding, we know that we have a true community champion in our corner, and the town of Renfrew and the county of Renfrew are lucky to have you. So thank you very much. We are truly grateful for the valuable partnerships between the town of Renfrew and the county. Just this past year, we saw County of Renfrew do rehabilitation of Bruce Street. We're proud to continue the investment along the Algonquin Trails and the Bonner Manor Long-Term Care Home. Recently, we entered into a partnership with the County of Renfrew to share space in the Ottawa Valley Business Hive with Enterprise Renfrew County. The Business Hive will be a regional business support and economic development hub located inside the town of Renfrew Town Hall. This will include Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation, Enterprise Renfrew County, the Renfrew Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Business Improvement Association, along with the town of Renfrew's economic development team. The county has also been instrumental in developing Attainable Housing Action Plan. By working with the county, we hope to encourage more housing options, including affordable units and housing for seniors. We value the expertise the town receives from the county HR team and look forward to collaborating with the county and the province on the expansion of Highway 417. Renfrew is positioned for great success in 2024. We are nearing the completion of the expansion of Mattaway Park, which will be home to the new MyFM Centre. This multi-million-dollar sportsplex will feature 2 NHL-sized ice pads, an indoor walking track, a full-size gymnasium, dance and yoga studios, a fitness centre, a youth drop-in centre, multi-purpose rooms, and administrative offices. The expansion will also be home to 4 businesses and the great partnership we have with the Bonner Algonquin First Nations Community Cultural Centre. This is an exciting time for Renfrew and our neighbouring municipalities as we get ready to open one of the top facilities in Eastern Ontario. I look forward to continuing our partnerships with the county and other neighbouring municipalities. Please reach out to myself or any staff members of council for any ideas you'd like to do work together. Again, thank you very much for inviting me. Again, congratulations, Peter. I just want to say, kind of go off script like you do. It's been an honor to actually to work with alongside Peter for going on 9 years now. I was a councillor while he was a Reeve and started in 2014, and then we continue on and now in this role. His leadership, his intelligence, his experiences are just outstanding, and you know, I personally have learned so much from you, and I continue to go to you countless times, texts, phone calls, and without you, I don't think Renfrew would be where it is today. And I really sincerely appreciate that. And to your family, I am super grateful that you lend him to us. I know it's probably, there's some interesting conversations at home sometimes because you are so busy, and I often say to Peter all the time, I'm like, I don't know how you do it. So extremely grateful to have you as part of Renfrew and as part of our team and County Council and Warden and everything else you do throughout the province. So congratulations for becoming Warden again. And I think this makes you the most, I think, almost. Yeah. So anyway, congratulations, Peter, and thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Tom. It's been fun and interesting with all the heavy lifting over the last few years in Renfrew, and certainly appreciate being able to work with you as we reposition Renfrew. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Warden. Mayor Ron Gervais.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's my sincere pleasure to be invited to attend today and bring you greetings on behalf of the City of Pembroke. Don't want to repeat everything that's already been said, but you know, I think back to some of the different comments made this morning, and I think I want to ensure that I extend a debt of gratitude to each and every one of you as elected members. Having been mayor for just a little bit over a year now, I have a total, uttermost respect for the position that you hold and the demands upon you, competing demands from a lot of different places, and the difficulty that in terms of trying to do what is right for your particular municipalities, and you have the added feature that you're also trying to do what is right on the benefit of the entire community in terms of the County of Renfrew. I want to extend sincere thanks to staff, and always to staff, because without the staff, we would surely fail. The staff are abundantly important to ensure that we have the information, as the warden has indicated, to ensure that we have the backup, and I fully appreciate every opportunity to extend thanks to staff. Without your dedication, without your assistance, it would be extremely difficult to do the job even harder than it already is. And lastly, in terms of extending thank yous, it's to the family members of each and every one of you. As was just expressed by Mayor Sidney, and I think it's apt to say that in terms of conversations when you go home, it's difficult to leave it at the door, although I have one counselor that always tells me to leave it at the door, and it's very difficult to leave it at the door. You're trying to address all the competing interests and to do what is right, and it's hard to leave that at the door, and your families deserve a debt of thanks for sharing you, all of you, with the entire community, for trying to do what is right for your community. And I reflect upon the previous year and say to myself, why is it that we do this? And I think it's because we love our communities. To be sincerely, I think we love our community, and it's a collection of a number of different communities, and as a whole, it's so that our entire area can thrive. We are passionate about our community, and we want to do what is best for our community as a whole. And so when I attend different functions, I know as with Mayor's Service, we're in Whitewater Region, and someone asked me, well, why are you going to Whitewater Region? Because we are a larger community, and we need to think like a larger community. As the warden already indicated, is we need to think differently, and COVID, I didn't care for some of the things that came out of COVID, but some of the things is that we need to work collectively, and we now understand that when we go to Queen's Park, when we go to Parliament Hill, we think and represent as one, and that is what we need to convey, because we need to think as one, because our ratepayers demand it. They don't want to see division, whether in a council or whether just in terms of multiple councils as we go forward. And having said that, what I really appreciate about your warden, and congratulations on the second term, is the being included, the partnership with the City of Pembroke. And so similar to a comment that was earlier made about reaching out to the warden, I reach out to the warden as well and say, okay, how can we work on this? And so it's initiatives in this past year, such as the warming center, the Highway 17 initiative, so many different initiatives, and I really appreciate the opportunity to work together collaboratively with the county because, again, we are one community, and the ratepayers demand that of us, that we work together for the benefit of all of them. So I want to take this opportunity to sincerely congratulate you on a second term, an excellent warden. I can't say enough about your warden, and all of you for allowing the communication to work together. It wouldn't be, I just want to make this comment that I have commented to the warden in terms of the respectfulness, because the warden mentioned that. The respectfulness of this county council is outstanding to watch, because now with YouTube, we can all watch each other's council meetings when you find time, and just the respectfulness of, between all of you working together. Why? Because you love your community and it's for the ratepayers. And I really, really appreciate the opportunity to extend that to you. So again, congratulations from the City of Pembroke, and I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's always a pleasure. We do talk about issues on a fairly regular basis, and I certainly value your experiences and insight as well. A longtime member of the community, and Ron and I met a number of times over the years with FCS, and even a couple of times in court when I was with FCS as well, as an employee, as a caseworker. And so I have a great deal of respect for him professionally and on a personal level, and is someone whose integrity and advice I value, and we cooperate on another level between the Warden's Caucus, and he sits on the Mayor's Caucus, so we exchange information, and also in a lot of instances share the same opinion with both bodies. So again, thank you very much for all that you do and the efforts you've made to facilitate the relationship, which is always fragile simply because of the many interactions and all the personalities. So it's important that, you know, the warden of the day and the mayor of the day have a good and open relationship. And thank you for your willingness to commit to that. I appreciate it.
And no strangers to this chamber, I'd like to welcome Colonel Jason Guinea and Chief Warrant Officer Jimmy Cote from Garrison Petawawa, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warden, Chief Sarazin, councillors, staff, family, and friends. Again, it's an honor to be back here. It just seems like a few weeks ago I was here, and it's the first time I've ever been to a ceremony like this, and what a beautiful ceremony it was. And I think it's important to note it's a historic event in itself, because you're the first warden to ever be sworn in under the reign of His Majesty King Charles III. So congratulations on that. And I might have my dates. Hopefully I have my dates correct here, but you may also have bragging rights of having served under 2 monarchies. So that's also probably a first of the many portraits that are on the wall. I would like to thank you for your leadership, and perhaps maybe elevate it a little bit and say thank you for your service to the country. In the military, we often work at the federal levels of government tied to deployments overseas, and at the provincial levels of government with domestic operations and disaster response. And we don't often get the chance to work with municipal leadership. The reason why I say thank you to your service to the nation is because this is a very important role you play for Canada, because it's the most tactical level of government. Is at the municipal level of government, it has the most direct impact on people, including our soldiers and our families, because this is where real things get done for real people. And I've been fortunate to serve under your leadership as base commander and as a resident of Arnprior, and I can see the effects of many of the initiatives that my distinguished colleagues here have mentioned. And I look forward to working with you in the future. And you did mention one thing in your speech that really got me excited for the future of Renfrew County and for our soldiers and their families when you talked about how these are exciting times and the change that's coming. And I would offer that we as a society, we as a nation, we as Renfrew County are changing and evolving. And a wise general once said is, if you don't like change, you will like irrelevance even less. And I think that under your leadership and those in this chambers are the right people, the personalities with the will to move things forward, things that matter to our communities and to our soldiers, like affordable housing, access to family medical care, access to affordable childcare, and infrastructure. So again, thank you to your service, not only to the county, but to our nation. And I wish everyone a safe and prosperous and peaceful New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As always, I enjoy your energy, your enthusiasm, and your inspiration when you speak to us. And again, to you and through you, if you could assure the garrison of our commitment to the garrison and the people that work there, and to the families that live in our county. It's a strong bond. We're not going to let it break. We're not going to let it stretch. So thank you.
Well, sir, those are the presentations. We expected maybe a little more verbose folks today. We're a bit ahead of schedule. We are about 45 minutes ahead of schedule. Lunch is here at noon, but if you'd like to take a brief recess, I know there are some of our guests would like a photo with you, sir. And we do have some other business we could fill time with between then and lunch, if you so choose. But you are the warden and the chair.
Okay, so we'll take a recess and come back possibly about 11:45. Okay, 11:30. See, I have to take it. I'm the warden, but I have to take advice. 11:30. So we'll be back at 11:30. So that's often measured advice. That's why he sits up here now. So with your permission, we're going to move some things around, and I'm sure you'll be happy with the results. So with that, we'll move to notice of motions. It'll get you closer to lunch. Seeing none, members' written motions. I'm sorry, Councillor Nicholson, or member from Whitewater, please.
Yes, thanks, Warden. I just want to make a notice of motion for January's meeting, the water and wastewater rates unaffordability in rural Ontario. And there'll be more information to be provided for the January meeting of County Council.
Okay, thank you. Are there others? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to new business.
Oh, wait. I see none. So, okay. Warden, would you mind if I grab the podium for a minute or two? Thank you. There's a few extra people in our back. So today, well, let me just start. I have written words. Let me just go off the script. I'm not going to ad-lib like the warden. Oh, I might. We'll see. Good afternoon, members. Good. See? I had already good afternoon, members of council, but we're this morning. So good morning, members of council, once again. Hopefully for the last time, I stand before you today bidding farewell to a member of our senior leadership team and saying happy retirement. So another valued member of our County of Renfrew community is departing us on this, her last official day of County Council. So it is indeed my privilege to honor Laura Lapine, our devoted Director of Community Services, as this will be her last County Council meeting. Laura has been with the County of Renfrew for 25 years and has seen many transformations of the organization, and you'll likely see as many transformations of her hair, but that's okay. Yeah. The most recent being the human services integration, both here at the Pembroke Administration Building and of course at Renfrew County Place, where the idea was born. Prior to that, Laura worked as an Ontario Works manager. It was during these years that she learned about this integration model and became hyper-focused on delivering services that put the client or the resident front and center. It has worked extremely well, and a legacy to be proud of. I was able to provide a testimony recently where Laura was nominated for the Patty Moore Award, and congratulations on that award. An award that recognizes a service manager who has displayed extraordinary leadership and made an exceptional contribution to human services. At that time, I highlighted that throughout Laura's career, she has led teams as an active member on local committees, focused on intimate partner violence, housing and homelessness, crisis intervention and prevention, and championed both youth and senior community programming. Laura has represented us across the province as a leader, a listener, and a participant at every opportunity and decision-making table. She would often bring back ideas that certainly define innovation right here in Renfrew County. The way that she works with staff to bring out the best in each and every one of them to see that innovation through each and every one of her team is envied around the corporation. Since becoming the Director of Community Services in 2018, Laura has redefined the workplace, championing equality or equity and diversity in the workplace and welcoming a new hybrid world. Throughout your career, Throughout your career, you have exemplified professionalism by providing, see, it's always hard. This is the third one this year. Cripes. You have provided a professionalism by providing the best possible advice to staff and council as witnessed today. And you've always conducted yourself with honesty and integrity. You've continued to focus on the results while still ensuring that your department was customer service oriented. You have embodied our corporate values. Laura, it's truly been a pleasure working with you all of these years. You've been an ally and have been a great sounding board for our ideas and opinions. I'll most certainly miss our conversations. You've left your department in great shape, as you see here today, mentoring some awesome and talented individuals. I'm excited for what's next. I'm also excited for you and your retirement future. I know there's a vacation cruise with Todd somewhere in your future, probably 3 or 4. I also know that you won't disappear. Your passion for the community is way too strong to keep you down. So when it's time for you to step back into something exciting and challenging, we will be here as partners and would welcome a new relationship. And lastly, as I've said twice before this year, remember what Mr. Rogers has said. Often when you're at the end of something, you're at the beginning of something else. So Laura, on behalf of the entire senior leadership team and all staff here at the County of Renfrew, I wish you all the best in your retirement. Thank you very much for everything. So as has been the case, Laura, this is your life.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down a road and back again. Your heart is true, you're a pal and a confidant. I'm not ashamed to say, I hope it always will stay this way. My hat is off, won't you stand up and take a bow? A car you lack, I'd surely buy you a Cadillac. Whatever you need, any time of the day or night. I'm not ashamed to say, I hope it always will stay this way. My hat is off, won't you stand up and take a bow?
So I'll ask the chair of the Community Services Committee to come forward, the member from Laurentian Hills, Councillor Ann Giardini.
Good morning. Laura, Director of Community Services, congratulations on your retirement. You've been a mentor and role model to so many. You've inspired many others with your dedication and professionalism. Over your career, you've worked hard and achieved a lot. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the fruits of your labor. We talked earlier this morning and you said, after 25 years, what am I going to do? And I said, after I retired after 25 years, it felt like being on vacation every morning. You'd look at your alarm clock, hey, you don't have to hit snooze. You've been an incredible asset to the County of Renfrew. As chair of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation and Community Services Committee, I have appreciated your patience and understanding. Whether the subject is affordable housing, childcare, Ontario Works, homelessness, violence against women, or any topic, your wealth of knowledge is astounding. Your contributions and achievements are remarkable and very much appreciated. You've experienced the many changes, challenges, and opportunities that exist in community and social services. Whether you're speaking with an MPP, other directors, council members, or staff, your passion towards people and services is proven with your strong voice and advocacy for those in need. You've been an absolute pleasure to work with. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, the Community Services Committee members, all councillors, and all of the people of Renfrew County who you have served over the past 25 years, We congratulate you on your retirement, and we are sure that it will be as wonderful as you are. Thank you.
I'm next, and then you. So Laura and I have known each other a long time because I worked in social services. So we met many times, and I've always admired her ability to do a deal in social services, and you know, with all aspects of life. It's the relationship that you work on. And sometimes you have to do things to make it work. And so, you know, we could sit down with, Laura and I could sit down. Sometimes there'd be other service providers in a room and work out something that wasn't quite everybody's mandate, but it was the best thing to do. And I've always admired that she's done the best thing all the time, consistently done the best thing, whether it's for one person or 100 people. And I think that's a strength of character that may be lacking or not as strongly developed in a lot of other people around us, but it was always the best thing for that person or the best thing for the community, and never the best thing for the corporation. Some of us get too embroiled in our corporation or our identity, and so I've always appreciated that. And as I said, we were at the housing symposium, and I knew Laura was well regarded across the province, but when we were at the housing symposium and the people that she was talking to, and I was a bit envious. They knew her as the County Renfrew, and I was that guy that was just standing behind her. So, but she's very well regarded and was called upon. You know, people would talk to her off one-to-one, which is always a sure sign that, you know, you have something of value to contribute. And so, again, thank you very much. I know I've certainly gone to you because anybody that knows me knows I come racing into a room, but I've got a great idea. And most people run the other way, and Laura would slow me down, and we'd work out something, and it always came out to be the best solution that was necessary for our clients, which was her priority, and then also for the community as a whole. So I'm certainly going to miss that, the ability to have very frank conversations, and the subtle direction that you provided where I would change my mind or change my approach, and I certainly appreciated that. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your retirement, and I know that you're going to remain active with EVA. Laura was instrumental in our declaration of intimate partner violence epidemic, and allowed us to formulate a very structured and caring response, which was informative at the same time and not reactionary, because we were both worried, frankly, that, you know, sometimes political people rush into the room, suck out all the oxygen, leave a lot of hot air, and not much action. And we wanted to make sure that what we did was appropriate and action-oriented, and Laura offered excellent guidance. So on behalf of County Council and our community, thank you very much for your years of service, your wisdom, your guidance, your energy, and your good grace. So please come up, Laura.
Huh. Yeah, don't move. Some there. Okay, thank you.
That's her, Jennifer.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for these beautiful words and that video. And yeah, some of you remember the long hair. It was the biggest part of my life was long hair, and then I went short. And I still have people that will walk right by me in stores and not know me, and then I'll talk to something, they'll come running back. I recognize the voice. Anyways, for those of you in the back, my staff, I'm so proud of them, and thank you for coming. You don't see this. I am not somebody who writes a speech. I tend to speak from the hip, the heart, but I thought I better write something because I may lose track. So first off, I just want to say it has been 25 years. It has been the best 25 years of my life. You know, when I started back in 1998, I didn't think I was going to stay very long. I wasn't sure. I had come from a previous job, and I thought, gee, I don't know. There's a lot of structure. There's a lot of rules. There's a lot of, you know, do things the right way. And you know what? It didn't take long, and I knew I was in for the long haul. And when I look back, I kind of realized, you know what, it flew by. Like it doesn't seem that long ago. And, but I can look at those pictures and know that things have changed. I have been very fortunate to have been mentored by some amazing and great people. And, you know, I want to say a shout out to some of the former directors that aren't here today, but have definitely helped shape me and helped me along the way. And I feel it's important to recognize a long time ago, Mark Durock, who was a director of community services, of course, Dave Anderson, and then a recent director, which is Paul Morrow, who I know you all know. And Paul taught me many things. And one thing that stands out the most is that collaboration goes a long way in helping for people to feel included. And when they feel included, they participate with all that they have. And so I want to thank Paul for that wisdom and for demonstrating that collaboration every day. He's had an impact on me and the whole department. I've had the honor and pleasure of working with amazing committee and council. I am so thankful that I've had the privilege to work with you, Councillor Brose, with you, Chair Giardini, of course, former Chair Robinson and former Chair Reinwald. You clearly understood community services and the impacts and the importance of the work that is being done in the department. And committee members were always engaged. For whatever reason, the right people were on Community Services Committee. The support of committee and council has been a game changer at different points in time. I cannot thank you enough for being there, supporting the initiatives, facing the challenges, and ensuring that community needs are being met. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my amazing senior leadership team colleagues. Together, we were a formidable team that worked on so many initiatives. To them, to all of you, I say thank you. I really appreciate that you came to the table every day with an open mind, a clear vision of what we're here for, and a determination to get things done. I felt a real partnership with each and every one of you. Please don't change. I'm going to miss you. And Gwen, I know you're still new, but let me tell you, you have everything you need in this senior leadership team and your CAO. To my CAO, Craig, thank you for your creative spirit and your desire to make the right work environment for staff. Your initiatives are well received and have been embraced by all of the community services staff. You have a great way of seeing into the future, and that, my friend, is a special gift. I'm not saying you're clairvoyant. Yeah. Okay, but what you have is a mindfulness about the future, and as you look ahead to see what we can do now so that we're ready then. I know everyone is in great hands with you at the helm. I have felt the support and trust from you every day. Thank you. To my committee, Community Services Committee, these past years have been incredibly challenging with the pandemic and of course the other things that have put pressure on you. Homelessness, increases in the cost of living that is absolutely impacting all of our clients and residents, and the ever-changing dynamics of childcare, housing, and Ontario Works, and of course, the big elephant in the room, budget shortfalls. But that did not deter you at all in making recommendations that led to supports for the community and the strong and valuable advocacy at various communities, at other opportunities, places like AMO, Roma, all of those meetings. To what you present, the compelling facts and solutions has been truly amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I truly value how each and every one of you came to every meeting with the county's needs on your mind and a determination to leave no one behind. Kudos to you for that. It was not always easy with this limited funding and challenging and complex issues, but you persevered and you made the right decisions. To County Council, you know, standing up here, I can tell you that you make a difference and that you've shown it over and over again. I truly believe that you can move heaven and earth when it's needed. I've seen so many great things happen that I have no doubt you'll continue to make the best decisions to support the residents of this fine county. I want to commend you for tackling the most difficult conversations, as mentioned earlier, like intimate partner violence. You took bold and brave steps to speak up and then endorse supports that will be felt by the community for years to come. There is a long, long list of accomplishments and clear leadership that I could go over here, but we really don't have that much time. But you know what they are. We all know what they are. And the community and staff feel it. You truly are a people with passion and purpose. I'm very proud of committee and council's decision to embark on the first ever new builds in housing for the county. It is a difficult process to maneuver with various funding decisions and all of the technical pieces, but you decided that no was not the answer. And so thankfully to your determination, your guidance, we are soon going to see the opening of some new first ever housing units in the county. And with the drive that you have, it is clearly apparent, I think more exciting things are going to come. To Warden Nemo and all of the other past wardens that I've had the pleasure to work with, I know it's not an easy seat to be in, nor is it easy work. I see how much commitment it takes to do what you do. The sacrifices too. Always present, always mindful, and always on speed dial. You and the past wardens have put everything on hold in your other lives to do the work that this seat requires. And you've done it so well. Warden, I wish you the luck in the following year. As you continue to roll out initiatives and plans, I know you have a fantastic group that's going to cheer you on. To my amazing staff and colleagues in community services, where would any of us be without you? You are the unsung heroes of community services. You come in every day determined to make it a better place for everyone, and you've been achieving that each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. To my managers, Andrea, Jennifer, and Margot, you are gifted, kind, and so committed to the work that you do that it has been my complete honor to have worked alongside of you for these many years. As public servants, we don't have the same privileges that working in the private sector brings, but it is the most amazing work you will ever do and the most meaningful. To quote Margaret Mead, she said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Take a look at all that you have created and make sure you acknowledge that it was you that did so much. To my family, they're not here right now, but I want to thank them for allowing me to develop and grow and dedicate my time to my work. I was away a lot, worked erratic hours, and was often distracted when at home, thinking of the work ahead. But they were the kindest, most understanding people I know for allowing me to focus on my career, my work here, and still manage to be the wonderful, kind, compassionate people that they are. They knew that this was important work, and their support means everything to me. My sons Derek and Harley, their families, and my husband Todd. And most of all, I want to thank my parents for grounding me in the importance of treating everyone with dignity and respect. Sorry, thought I'd get through this. They taught me to care for all and to be of service. They live that creed every day. And they're no longer with us. I think of them every day. And when I am stuck, I often think, what would Mom and Dad do? Because they knew. They guided me, and they guided the whole family. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you and to be able to serve the residents of Renfrew County. Thanks.
So can we now break for lunch? So we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We'll bring the member from Arnprior, Councillor Lynch.
For those people that don't know that we did the Ontario Winter Games, there were a number of trees left over, and we do goodbye gifts on behalf of the council. That's the Lepine coat of arms, and we'll ask county to sign it off at the back like we've done for the others. Personally, Laura's helped me and the town of Renfrew for a number of our residents, namely the homeless guys in the cars, and for that we thank you, Laura. Anyways, bon voyage and good retirement. Thank you, Warden.
I would really appreciate it if you have an opportunity to sign the back. This is going to mean a lot to me, and it's going to sit on my mantle at home. So maybe if I can start here, and if you don't have a chance to sign it before you leave, please find it and sign it. There is a marker that we'll put with it as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So with that, we will break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll have striking committee at 12:45 in the Cedar room. It's just right here. Yeah, it's just over here, just past the portraits of the grim fellows on the wall. So we'll move to item 23 on the agenda, which is the striking committee report. And the chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your striking committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Bylaws. Item 1, a bylaw to establish the county committees for the ensuing year. Resolution number ST-CC-24-01-01. Moved by myself, seconded by committee. Recommendation that the striking committee recommends to County Council that the persons listed in bylaw number 1-24 as amended be the committees for the ensuing year, and that the person named on each committee, where bold, be the chair, and that these be established by bylaw at this session of County Council. All of which, Mr. Warden, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Brose, Emo, Grills, Yon, McKenzie, and Nicholson.
Thank you. With that, any comments, questions, or concerns? I'll preface that by saying when I spoke to most members, they wanted to remain on the same committees because it's the second year, and the first year they felt they were busy learning and still learning, but felt a little more comfortable carrying on. Others expressed some appreciation for the exercise in November, where the departmental goals were brought up, and some even suggested that they'd like to be there next November when we review them and they come forward to the annual report card. So generally the comments were positive, or nobody was negative, I'm sorry. Generally, sorry, generally very positive, and then ranking to positive. I'm sorry, I phrased that wrong. But no, there were no negative comments. So with that, I'd offer you that bit of information. Thank you. And with that, could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
You've heard the motion and you've read the report. Any further discussion? Seeing all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And I'll accept a mover and a seconder that the bylaws listed on item 24 and attached hereto on the County Council agenda dated November 12, 2023 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Councillor from Blanchard Valley, second by Councillor North Argonne Wilberforce. Discussion? Yes, sir. Member from Abbotston Brownlee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. This is with respect to bylaw 2-24, and I understand, of course, the necessity from a housekeeping perspective of having this. I'm just kind of wondering when the last time the county may have actually borrowed funds prior to the receipt of the first installment of property tax, given the substantial increase in reserves.
Through you, Warden. I'm sorry, Councillor, I do not have that answer at the moment. Perhaps I'll get that to you before you leave today, but it will not be part of this session, unfortunately. But I'll find that out and let you know in the absence of a Director of Corporate Services or Treasurer in the room right now.
Thank you. I'd like to establish that benchmark early in this next year of council.
Are there any other comments, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. We'll move to item number 28, which is a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended for the purpose of personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. A, the organizational review, and B, the CAO clerk goals and objectives. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Abbotston Brownlee, second by member from Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move towards the end of the agenda, the confirmatory bylaw. If I could have a mover, please, that I do. Do I? I probably tucked it away. Yes, I do. I, of course, tucked it away in my file as fast as I could. A mover and seconder, please, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on December 12, 2023 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Bylaw number 324. Mover, please. Laurentian Hills, please, and Laurentian Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for today, everybody. Staff did a marvelous job of organizing it, and thank you for your patience and your confidence in me going forward. I really appreciate it. It was a special day for myself and my family, and again for Laura as well. It's nice to honor the people that worked so long and hard for us. So have a safe and Merry Christmas with time to rest and recuperate and to get ready for next year. And again, I appreciate all the efforts you've made this year, your energy, your time, showing up prepared, asking good questions, offering good advice based on your experiences. I'm not sure we'd be where we are without your hard work, and then as has been noted, the hard work of if we didn't have the hard work and direction and guidance of our staff, I think there'd be chaos. So we're very fortunate there as well. So with that, a motion to adjourn, please. Oh, nobody wants to go. Said Claire Mariah, second by McNabb Brayside. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Take care.